Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We are back in our republic, having successfully set up a incinerator with a few nonsense additions. Well, it's working. I mean, it's fine. We could theoretically relocate the incinerator anywhere, and the electric train should be able to handle the delivery route short term. So in the future the concept will stand. We don't necessarily need to deliver the waste directly to the incinerator, but yeah, it's fine. What we could do is have another delivery location here. So we split up the hazardous and the mixed waste. And then we could have this wait until loaded for mixed waste, do one delivery, go grab some hazardous waste, deliver it once, and then go back. But once we start producing chemicals and the like, I'm sure our production of hazardous waste is also going to go up. I do know that the fabric factory can make a lot of waste. Well, we also have our future or current bus route planned for running firefighters temporarily to the area of the chemical production. We're gonna send them out. Bring some workers here from Segadoa so that this area won't burn down. We will restrict the amount of workers here to 30%, as we've already said it. To not bring too many workers, and we'll bring them directly to the building. In the meantime, we can, I think, now go ahead and start building all facilities. So thanks to building the infrastructure first, we can do a bit of a mass assignment in that regard. We also need to start building the rail construction office, because I think this episode we are going to get our EDKs. The rail construction vehicle with the highest capacity for resource delivery. Once the right lane from this side finishes construction, theoretically we could send them through. We could also use the left lane, but it'll take a little bit longer. So once that tunnel finishes construction, we'll relocate one of our two EDKs and we'll start scrapping the old ones that we have. What was that about? Oh right, you want to build. You're building that rail line, got it. Our waste export of mostly ash and some other waste materials does not really concern us. It does have to happen, but yeah, should not be a problem, I don't think. I don't know about the situation of how much pollution we are generating towards our settlement, but it seems like that they are far away enough, and the decision with the cableway station was definitely the correct one. So they are currently fine even with the heating plant in addition to the incinerator, maybe bringing a bit too much pollution from that side. The other thing we will do this stream is maybe start thinking about what this area is going to look like. This will definitely need a settlement because, well, we could also deliver workers here by rail. I think the industry in this area will need so many workers that a dedicated settlement will make sense. We'll have to think about the way the rail line goes through this area and then plan, well, before that plan something out with the road, I think. I like the idea of having the road network down before the rail line, because then some adjustments might be necessary, and I do like reworking things. Not doing it as much as I thought I would, mainly because working with lines kind of locks things into place a little bit more than usual. We're almost at the resource storage, and we're almost at the EDK. We will use one train to deliver the materials here. The one that we already have. And see if that one is enough. If not, then we will have to get a second one a little bit later. After all of this is hooked up, we can then go ahead and build the other rail lines locally. And we also need to start delivering some coal and gravel. We basically need gravel for building future rail lines, so I guess we can start the construction of the other rail line going into the gravel unloading station, which is the rightmost one. So we'll only build into the station for now to unload coal. Probably just gravel at first. Coal supply by truck is still way sufficient. Consumption is not that high. But we did increase our population count a little bit. We're 1,000 people away from another research point, which is also going to be quite nice for us. I don't think Segadoaha will get any skyscrapers. I don't think that fits for that city. But who knows? Things can happen. And the skyline running along the hillside could be a thing. Thank you for your very quick work. Much appreciated. We could start bringing some more workers to the area. I think we're running 100% on our buses bringing workers to the heating plant bus stop. So adding one extra fire truck here will provide a little bit extra employment. We do have unemployment in the area, and some added fire safety is also not that bad. I'll do that on both, actually. So our heating plants plus our resource storage supplying Hellas will be a bit better protected. Especially when one of the emergency vehicles might require some repairs. These ones have been in use since 40 years and should be getting replaced soon. I'm tempted to turn down the repair requirement to 70% while leaving it at least 20 years. That might be a change that we can probably stem. But yeah, as soon as this connection is done, we can run our resource imports. The trains will be able to get onto the correct track. They could also use that to turn around. I don't really have any other way for you to pick a direction until here. We have to tear these down sometime. Okay. So we have an option to place signals here. Right now they don't matter. But they will cause the other train to pick the correct direction when it heads back. So we will send the train out that brings construction materials to the other stop as well. First it loads boards, then it goes to the customs house to load the rest, and then it brings us to Hellas, and now as a second stop to Segadoaha as well. Okay. Please deliver us some materials. After that we will set up the resource deliveries to our rail construction office. It'll be 4 resource trucks plus 1 fuel truck. And gravel should not need to be delivered, but we will have to set up 4 of our Mark E models. And 1 fuel truck. I think I'm going to use a dedicated vehicle for that. That means we are going to use 3 loading stations in here and 2 of them in here for 5 trucks total, which should leave a space open for maintenance, etc. So in theory we should be fine. Hopefully the rail construction vehicles will get to this soon, and that would be nice. Yeah, not much else to it here. I mean, the chemical plant setup still requires a few things like waste storage, water, and sewage. Sewage being the main one. I think a medium or large sized sewage treatment plant will be necessary, especially if we plan to have more chemical plants. And then every bit of the area can go through that treatment plant. I don't even know how the sewage treatment plants work that well, because I haven't really used them. But just in case, because I think there's the potential for multiple areas to maybe run towards here, I guess we could also get the sewage through this area instead. We will need sewage treatment regardless, I think. This might be a little bit too far then. But it is easier to set up because we will only need... Oh wait, how many sewage pumps will we need? That is a lot. We can do at maximum 15 meters per sewage pump. 2 of them would be 30, so that would be 49, and then another one would put us at the required height. And that's even higher. So we will go through this area, hooking up the heating plant to the sewage discharge first, and then we will have to go up the hill with multiple sewage pumps from the sewage treatment plant. And I guess it is a good idea to maybe not hook up the settlements to the sewage treatment plant, because this could run into a standstill for a variety of reasons, and I would like to try and avoid that. So, if a settlement is directly connected to the sewage pipe and can bypass the treatment plant, at that point, if the sewage treatment plant has any problems, it doesn't matter. What still would matter would be the electric supply to the sewage pumps, because the settlement would also have to have its sewage be pumped uphill. Unless we dig through the whole mountain, which would take a very, very long time. Can't use the tunnel boring machine for that, unfortunately. Well, we should be getting some resource supplies hopefully soon. Looks like there's a problem with signals. Oh, this hasn't been built yet. I thought you've built that already. Then I guess we will take that off again. Until they finish the construction. I thought we had a train come here and finish it up, but apparently not. I did buy the trucks for this, right? Yeah, I'm driving here right now. Awesome. I also reworked that bridge a little bit, and I think it now looks much more reasonable. Yeah, much better. Just dumping the snow right off the bridge. Sure. Hopefully there's no endangered wildlife at the bottom of the bridge. It could be a bit, well, also hunters or people on vacation. Could be dangerous. Rail construction office being built very, very quickly. The rail construction office itself will need workers, but we can basically send the heating plant bus to drop off some workers here. I don't know if we can have them walk here from the heating plant bus stop. I did not plan for that, I must admit. It's probably possible. Not too difficult, I think, if we had a tunnel exit here. Distance matters, so let's measure. 360 meters through the tunnel plus 40 meters for the connections will definitely work. So instead of setting up an extension to the bus route, we will instead just provide a footpath tunnel. And they don't have to go across the main road at any point and can just walk underground. Which should be good enough for them. That would mean that our rail construction office now has a connection to the bus stop here. And we can use that to provide enough workers to also build our rail tracks. As soon as we have the materials, the fuel, and the gravel delivered to this area. For the gravel, I will need another train. So we can, in theory, already build that one. And I could use the coal train that we already have, but I think we're just going to set another one up. It's going to be basically the same thing, except it will load gravel. Currently from the customs house, because we are still waiting on that connection. But in the future, very soon, that will change. Okay. Gotta grab all those wagons out and form another train, and then we can, well, still wait for the construction of the train tracks, I guess. But they were almost done. Building materials first. Gravel is a little bit longer. That will need a few deliveries of construction material. But it shouldn't be too bad. think the fire station will be able to get to the rail construction office if something goes wrong. I don't have to overdo it. A kilometer should be fine. But I want to protect my investments, especially the expensive ones. Like here, this should be fine. But it's cheaper and easier to build another fire station than a technical office to clear the road. So we went with another fire station instead. I have an idea for this train. I have an idea. We are going to tell you to only load hazardous waste. And then after loading, we will drop a tiny bit of hazardous waste back into the storage, so this will always be hazardous waste. We can still drop mixed waste into it. But I basically want to make sure that that one basically remains hazardous waste forever. So we will never have this storage become empty of hazardous waste, and then we should also be able to set it to wait until loaded. So now we have to wait until the storage basically receives some hazardous waste, and then it should hopefully fix itself. It's a little bit of a workaround, but hopefully it'll work. Would be nice to test it if a mixed waste arrives here first, but I don't know. This one has both. I guess that's interesting, right? We'll try that one. Bring the train over. While we do that, I'll go there soon. We'll set this train up to bring the wagons from the customs house into the train depot. The train will have to refuel first, but yeah, should not be a tough ask. We'll have to send it out more than once though. But thankfully it's a long customs house, so not too often. Twice should be enough. So this train will wait until completely fully loaded with okay, no, this won't work. This will not work, unfortunately, because we will now load all the... well... It will not work because we will start loading it, and then it might turn into mixed waste midway through. We will send out the other train that is just mixed waste. Basically need to make sure this is always hazardous waste. But there are trains delivering any type of material here, so... no, that won't work, unfortunately. I thought it was clever, but... this train could basically empty out the full storage, and then if another train arrives when the train is still not fully loaded, it could unload mixed waste. And then I think it will not load the rest. Let's test it. We have a train here. We'll tell it to load mixed waste, wait until that one is done, and then we'll turn that one around and bring it back with the mixed waste it already has. It would be nice if it would just load the mixed waste on top of the hazardous waste, but I don't think it'll work. I'll have to wait for the train to get back because it can't turn around mid-track. I mean, we can tell it to turn around, it would just take a long loop. But it might as well pick up the mixed waste here and bring a larger load back. If it will load the mixed waste on top of the train, then it will work. But then I also need to make sure that, yeah, the incinerator dump cannot have the setting to only drop in hazardous waste. If this works, then yes, we'll be fine. But I assume it doesn't. I hope the brighter nights arrive soon. Should also make it much more comfortable building things at night. I didn't mind the idea that you couldn't build as easily at night. It's not really conventional, but it does give you a little bit of a flow where during night you might have to build something and it feels terrible, but usually you just go, I'll build it the next day. Okay, let's see what happens. So the train arrives, it drops in mixed waste, and this train does not load it on top. No, we can't mix the waste. So my idea does not work, unfortunately. And vice versa, it wouldn't work, because as soon as you get hazardous waste involved, then yeah, also does not matter. We'll remove these stops again, and the wait until loaded command, and it'll just have to continue driving around, consuming some electricity in the process. Now the resource storage is hooked up. Now we can bring construction materials to the area and set up our first deliveries to the rail construction office. Basically all deliveries that are going to happen by truck. The rest will be done by rail, and by the rest I mean the gravel. This will also allow the construction offices to pick up resources from here instead of having to drive towards Hellas, which will be useful. And the same assignment is true for our maintenance offices over here. Keeping our incinerator intact, operational, functional, however you would like to name it. Let's make sure that the resource delivery does actually work and it doesn't get stuck like that the first time. Currently moving to the customs house after the board storage to pick up remaining materials that need to be delivered. And as long as we're not building too much in Hellas, or maintaining too much, then a decent chunk of materials should be getting delivered to Segadoara. And over time that will fill up the storages. Well, a lumber train snuck through in front. Thankfully the lumber train will not stay there for long. It'll turn off right, going to the other customs house. Theoretically we could set this train to pick up resources from that customs house as well, but since we have to go and pick up the lumber from our sawmill, and we don't have a new one, that's not really an option. It doesn't make much sense to turn off right here and go all the way over there. Borislav Customs House next to Korasna is still our main import source for materials that we do not produce ourselves. We're using a lot of construction materials, it looks like. I don't think we're going to get much delivered to Segadoara that way. Mainly because of the bridge construction, I guess. Oh well. Oh, that vehicle drove straight through the train. That was the construction site where all of our bricks were going. That bridge going from right to left. Seems like we'll make it through. Don't think the construction trains are gonna get in the way too much, but some of them will do a little bit. Autosave. Yeah, pretty clean. Pretty good. We definitely need more materials though. Otherwise this is a little bit problematic. I need a mixed signal here now, so that the train can move in. But this mixed signal is incorrect. We already have the signals here. The other train doesn't want to move though. There should be no signal here. This is all one line. This might also get in the way when it wants to leave after it finishes construction. Since we haven't built this yet. I want to get to the unloading station to deliver gravel. And that is going to be slightly annoying. Do we have two signals here? We do. We will get rid of these ones. Well, for getting bricks, it'll take a little bit longer. But at least we'll have steel and boards and maybe enough to finish the rail construction office. Yes, we do. If they decide to build that, of course. It is on high priority, but we have started a lot of construction projects over here. So there might be construction vehicles picking different priorities. I do like the concept, the idea of having a rail network with multiple speed levels per train line. That could be interesting. Okay, the resource deliveries can already be set up now, basically. We have our concept, where we have wait until unloaded. And we start with basically prefab panels. Copy that to all 4 trucks. And then just change the resource. Except for the last one. The last one we will have to change the resource and the destination. Because I don't want to occupy all loading bays on the delivery. The road cargo station, so one of the trucks will have to be parked inside the road construction office itself. We'll have to rename the routes. And I'll be driving around for a bit until we have, well, the brick one will drive around for a bit until we have the required amount of resources. I'm not going to set them to wait until loaded because that could cause traffic jams. And the steel truck will, as well as the fuel truck, have to wait until the rail construction office itself is actually online. We could put down a fuel delivery point here, since we have a fluid unloading station, so filling up a storage tank with a loading facility for fluids wouldn't be that difficult either. Maybe we can do that after the chemicals are being produced. There's still a few things that need to be set up here for the area to actually become useful. And after it's useful, maybe we can make it more efficient. We are definitely using up all the bricks per delivery. So a second train, instead of running the first train through multiple stops, could also work. It wouldn't need to be a difficult train. We have one wagon per material. We'll see. Let's send out our gravel train again to pick up the remaining wagons, and then we can assemble it. And both trains, this one for coal, and the other one for gravel, will go to Segadoara. That is a dangerous sign. And that is super dangerous. What happened to our fuel? Forklift garage, heating plant, bus end station. Okay. Now that could affect a lot of things very, very quickly, and I don't think we have it. Well, we do have these gas stations. But this one's also empty. So these truck deliveries apparently are insufficient for the amount of vehicles we have running through this area. So either I use a larger truck or I use multiple trucks. And since we have a large gas station here, I could occupy 2 of these slots with trucks for unloading fuel, I think. So we'll add another truck. We'll add the one we have in storage right now that we brought for the rail construction office and hopefully resolve this issue. Thank you for the early warning, Mr. Alcohol Truck. Much appreciated. Currently we're blocking deliveries of food, but it should be resolved soon because there is a fuel truck heading here right now, which should refuel the gas station to a level where we can also supply our vehicles again, or at the very least make them drive out of the way. And then the warning about no fuel is gone. There will probably be a lot of trucks trying to head here now, because they might have missed refueling for a while. But we'll see. We'll have 2 trucks on that gas station. And only 1 on this, I guess. Another traffic jam, logging trucks again, okay. In this area this time. Should be this one. Call them home. And go get your repairs. Once this rail construction office is online, I think we'll phase out some of the temporary ones that we had. Even the one in Tapovina? Yeah, Tapovina will probably become a thing of the past. We'll consolidate all our tunnel boring machines, 1 of them going into storage, 2 of them going into the rail construction office itself. And then 6 EDKs. And to afford that we will probably have to export some steel. Which should be fine. The rail construction office is almost done. And yeah, it then can basically take over the continued rail construction in this area. Which should be much faster. There's not a lot of construction left. I mean, the tunnel will take its time, but we only need 1 side. Both tunnels over here are done. Here both are still being built. Only this one matters right now. And we need like 6-7 construction tasks completed. Then a train should be able to run through it. A waste train blocking the rail construction in this area again. I don't know. I mean, right now we could just remove the signal. No, we can't. Why don't you go? Can't go there to turn around. Yeah, I guess it is what it is. Have to be a little bit hands-on with that rail construction, I guess. Unfortunately. I'll wait until this waste train moves out of the way. Looks like the rail construction vehicle went back home on its own. There is a construction train building the train track towards the unloading station for gravel, and thus it is in the way of our delivery train. But hopefully it'll be able to move through as soon as we get it to go out of the way. That is some path you have to take there. You also need to get some repairs, man. Actually, no, you shouldn't get some repairs. You should just go to the scrapyard, really. Slowly phasing everything out, basically. Yeah, let's do it. Let's send you to the scrapyard. 14 years old, not that old, but we're gonna remove some of our construction trains in preparation of replacing them. Let's see if our resource train moves automatically as soon as the other one gets out of the way. It'll take a bit for it to be recognized as being out of the way, since we have another signal in the way. There we go. Yep, train waiting too long is fine. It's moving. Everything is moving again. The rail construction office is up. I will need a dedicated fuel truck again, since I started using this one for something else. The last delivery route is steel, and that one has to go directly to the rail construction office itself. Waiting until unloaded. Again, didn't deliver a lot. We could, in theory, probably... No, we can't make this... We can't make this longer. I mean, we can, but it would be... It would be a certain type of resource, but not all resources equally. Unless we started sharing resources on the vehicle. No power. Well, I don't think we need it, but we'll see. We also have to drop in some water in this area, so the workers, which will be very numerous, this thing can eat a lot of workers once you have a lot of rail construction vehicles inside, will need to be supplied with drinking water. Running drinking water as soon as we have it hooked up. But for the time being, that is not going to be the case. So the trucks will have to handle that by themselves. And yeah, basically just waiting on that tunnel. Then we'd be done. We can already move the tunnel boring machines in here. That is something we can do. The ones that we want to keep. Even this rail construction office is, I think, pretty much done. I don't think there's going to be any more development of train lines in this area. And if there is, we would rebuild a new one. So the tunnel boring machine will go into our new rail construction office. And I'm sad to say, but the other vehicles will probably all get scrapped. As soon as we have the rail lane built here. And I guess we should start emptying out the rail construction office by itself. I think we're just going to turn around the delivery routes and basically tell them to send everything back. You're not building anything anyway, right? Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna go first because you have been driving around constantly. I'll also have to remove all of those routes because I'm basically replacing them with new automatically generated ones. The bus route bringing workers here is also at an end. Please end your route in the nearest depot and wait for further reassignments. Thank you. Much appreciated. And you too. We'll clear up this whole area. There's a lot of waste in here. I think it's also collecting all the waste being generated by the workers in the area, so should be fine. We won't maintain this, we'll just demolish it. All the other buildings will wait until everything has basically been dealt with. Whatever. Just put the train cars here. Looks fine. Give us our first delivery of gravel and bring it to the depot so we can make the initial delivery to Segadoara for gravel and the rail construction office a little bit faster. Yep, I know about that one. This train will move out of the way soon, so maybe we get one... Oh, they're not building that. I guess I could maybe try and just put the signal here. And then the train might be able to go here and turn around without any intervention. I think that's probably a better solution. resource deliveries are 25% each, which I guess is fine. We could try and set some specific numbers. Could have more prefab panels than steel, for example. That would make sense, but it's okay. We will have to bring some electronic components over from the warehouse at some point. But first we need to set up the deliveries, so... Gravel and coal first, then our citizen goods. We'll have to change a bunch of routes, but should not be too much of a problem. You definitely need to get replaced. You can't repair down. You need to have your vehicle replaced. Replacement of Mars 09 is set up correctly, so should be getting replaced soon. Hello, the real unfortunate. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. We have so many workers in the police station. We'll need 2 more construction tasks, I think. The extra distance for our delivery train has led to the situation that we don't get enough construction materials here anymore. But I think that's only due to our bridge construction. If we weren't building a monstrous bridge that would devour about 2,000 tons or 3,000 tons of bricks, then that would not be a problem. However, we are doing it, so brick deliveries are suffering a little bit. This is the other rail construction office that will have to be emptied out soon, because this is also going away, everything included. The demolition of this section of track will then be handled by our new rail construction office. We're not going to use the existing one. But since it's building right now and basically hooking up our existing new rail construction office, it will not have that fate yet. Everything else on this side, however, is going away. You have made your last pickup to the depot, please. Gravel is going to take a while. Not that it concerns me that much if it would get lost during bulldozing, but still. You're going to go to the depot 2. The other materials are still being unloaded, so give it a little bit. This building will be ready for demolition soon. I mean, the rail construction vehicles can already go for scrapping. That is true. Give it a little bit of time so they can orient themselves on the exit, otherwise they'll move in each other's way. That's a big bridge? Yep, that is a big bridge, but we have a few big bridges in our map. We have some very small, low ones that are somewhat long, but we shortened them by raising the terrain up a little bit on each side. Had a little bit of a middle section here and then another sunken highway, which isn't really sunken, the bridge is raised. Don't think we have any other bridge here. We have a giant tunnel going through the mountain though, so we can run our technical office to the main road and maintain it. There's a little bit of a larger bridge for the mountain pass, but the real large bridges were happening closer to the towards the middle of the map. So we're building a bridge here to hook up gravel. Have you made a city? Yes, we have a city here. We have Hellas, our first city. It's not our starting settlement, but we made a city. It's running well. There's no distribution offices to be seen anywhere. So this is, yeah, our starting settlement. We upgraded it with a metro after it reached about this size, which was nice and helped a lot. It still can grow, but I figured we would develop towards more of the middle of the map. Segadoara is a fledgling city. It's going to grow over time. They were complaining about the heating plant here a bit, but I think that was just temporary. But this is also the area of other large bridges, as you can see, where we had to cross the river at a variety of different heights. So there's a few bridges in this area. And then over towards the actual large river, we have a rail construction project that should hopefully allow a container ship to go through here, even with a train bridge going through this, or over this rather. How long have I worked on this? We're currently in 2029. We started in 1960. It's been, I don't know how many hours. I usually stream about 4 hours per episode, and it's been 36 episodes so far. So it's been a couple hundred hours, I think. 200 hours maybe? Couple hundred is over-exaggerating, so 200 hours probably. Took a while. But I'm also somewhat slow building, I think. I could build a lot more. We have a lot of money. Our economy is ridiculous. It doesn't look like it, but we had the game ask us if we wanted to divide all prices by 100. So we in theory would have, with the starting money, 1.6 billion US dollars. 144. Okay. I was too lazy to get out the calculator, I must admit. Well, that's reasonable. That's not that bad. Spent a lot of time in Hellas and then started developing towards this area. My main goal, we're running some challenges, so no distribution office is one challenge. The other one is low tech, which is research can only be done by getting research points, and research points you get by either 1 research point per settlement or 1 research point every 2,500 people. And then if you have a research point, you can go ahead and say, I would like to get the secret police. But then you say, but wait, there's another research in front of it. How can you research that only unlocks other research and doesn't do anything else, does not count for a research point. So you go ahead, I want to spend my research point on secret police, and then you can research that one and that one. The cableway station is another good example, because there's only a free research here, and here you could say I want steel cables to build cableway stations, or like the poles for cables. You can do that and then research these to get to this point. Some research like woodcutting planting policy, which automatically replants trees, also counts because it unlocks a game functionality. But this one only unlocks the next research. And yeah, that's how low tech works, basically. Get settlements, get population, choose research. So it's 2029 and we have 18 researchers, basically. Here's our farming area. Making a decent amount of crops, but since we don't provide imported fertilizer, we're only using our own produced. It's not running at a high capacity yet. It's also set up for maximum length trains, so this area is a little bit special. We're going to set up a food production area with other means of with other production facilities nearby, hopefully soon. And yeah, I guess another self-imposed thing that I'm trying to do is try to make realistic roads, bridges, and everything. I'm trying to go away from grid-based cities, and sometimes I'm succeeding, sometimes I'm failing. Trying to make things look a little bit more organic. I don't like this setup, but I guess it just needs to grow a little bit more as an inner city area. I think there's just too much space here. I think we should fit another building in that area, and then it might work. There's too much wasted space. Yeah. We have to increase the density here a little bit. That might be a bit too much. Let's see if we can find a block like that. Put that in here. Into this area instead. So how long have you been playing, if you would like to tell? Or are you interested in the game, or did you just stumble up on my channel by random chance? I do recognize your name. I thought you've been around here before. Yeah. The left tunnel finished construction first. Interesting. Well, maybe the rail line will finish first too, and I don't think so, but then we could, I guess, use the left lane. 200 hours. Not that good. Good doesn't have much to do with how many hours you have in this game. You could have 10 hours and you just enjoy what you do, and then you're good at it because you're enjoying it, and that's enough. There's no I enjoy getting really stuck into the mechanisms of the game, plus currently trying to make things look pretty. People like to try build pretty things, people like to build really efficient things, people like to mod, people like to do whatever. Yeah, I'm playing realistic, so it takes time. Yeah, realism mode is also on. We started on the hardest difficulty and kept playing with that. Since realism mode came out, I haven't played anything else. I did not like the game that much when everything was like, where realism mode was self-imposed. Because then you had a few instances where things went wrong and you could fix them. I mean, you can still do that by temporarily disabling realism mode if you really want to. But right now I can just leave it on and ignore that setting and keep going. Hellas, our larger city, had a situation where we built a gas station and then went on and designed a very small, unimportant junction during winter. And during that time there was a traffic jam at that gas station. And that traffic jam killed about 7,500 of the then 12,500 people. But after repopulating a few houses, the whole town came back. So if we check the population graph, you can see where it happened, around here. And we dropped down to 5,500-ish, a little bit lower. And then it grew back. We had to get a fair number of migrants at that point, but it recovered after it. So we only repopulated a little bit, and then the population growth took care of most of it. And yeah, these things happen. The question is how you want to deal with them. Do you want to reload? Do you want to then turn on cheats to give yourself money and get the population back? Do you just deal with it? Do you restart? Everything is viable. It's a game. You can do what you like. Okay, we will be sending out one train. Where do you have your food production? I don't have food production yet. My economy broke. So I have not had any desire or demand for producing much at all yet. We started with a nice logging area here as our first industry, plus a clothing production factory setup. This clothing factory on its own is basically producing enough clothing for all of our citizens, so we don't need anything else. Haven't really started the fabric production yet, but that will come with the new area. Then we started doing iron. And the iron ore price went pretty good for a while. So we're only exporting in US dollars, so I will show you that price instead. Since we divided all prices by 100, it's not that easily visible anymore. Let's check the export prices instead for iron ore. So here you can see the profits that we're making. It was pretty good, then it went down, and now it came back. So pretty nice. But you might have noticed what the hell is going on with my top 2 exports. Well, I have no idea. Wood started going crazy. Wood prices are ridiculous in our republic. And I do not know why. There are a few assumptions. Remember, the prices have been divided by 100. And wood is right now selling for 28. So that is 2,800. Wood price was once up to 20,000 per ton, but it has since dropped down a little bit. Am I transporting that by train? The logging area over here has a sawmill, so we're only exporting processed wood, planks basically. But I did want to set up a logging area over here, so we have a bunch of lumber camps. And yes, they all combine into a small train yard, where we have trains exporting for a huge amount of profit. This is a lot. It doesn't look like it because the prices are divided by 100, but it's over $1 million US in profit. And we had 10 million at one point. So yes, this is basically financing everything and basically also creating the situation that we don't really need to build anything else. I am still building things because I would like to become autonomous on most things. And I really like the run, but the economic challenge, the financial challenge has been removed. Thankfully, the challenge of no distribution offices keeps everything completely under stress. So that pain point is not going away. I guess we'll send out the gravel first. Since I do produce gravel, but the rail construction has not hooked it up to the network yet. The gravel is basically where the very long bridge that is currently being built is going towards. I can show that real quick soon. Just let me send out this train. The first train for aggregates going to Segadoara. So the large bridge here in this area, coming off of this train track, going up here, is supposed to hook up our 2 towns, cities, Hellas and Segadoara, the fledgling settlement, through our gravel production area. And once that bridge is done, we can also hook up gravel to the network, which has been set up for a while. And we're using that for concrete and asphalt. Are you transporting this with train or vehicle? That was probably the question for the lumber. Yeah, I'm transporting lumber by train. I don't have many vehicles going to the customs house by road anymore. I try to do everything with trains, if possible. We do have a nice area that is maybe a setup for a harbor in the southwest of the map. It's a standard map, the Eastern European map with medium hills, it's called. The plan right now is chemical processing attempt without distribution offices. We need the rail lines to be built here for that, and we also need to deliver workers here by train, since I have decided to not build a settlement. And then after that we would like to set up the food, alcohol and meat production, or at least attempt to. We have built a road up here through the mountain and are currently waiting for the planning phase to start. But since we're setting up delivery routes for gravel, coal, the new rail construction office, I would like to not start too much stuff at once, because with no distribution offices, all the routes basically need to be somewhat in your head and stay there. And that gets a little bit stressful. Still no steel here, looks like. Gravel should be arriving soon as the next train. Coal will go here as soon as we have built the other train tracks, so that should be fine. yeah, basically we could bring some rail construction vehicles over here. I think I have to assemble another train delivering construction materials and put it on the same route, so they run both of them. And then maybe I can have a rail end station to do some sort of line spacing. Okay, we will get 4 train cars. Sorted by capacity, 1 for steel. And then we have prefab panels, bricks, and boards. Put them all together, hook them up to the same line, and then we'll double our resource deliveries to the areas responsible for construction. And hopefully then we can get the missing construction materials to where they need to go. That bridge construction is consuming a lot of bricks. And I don't know if it has like any side effects for building maintenance or anything else. That is a little bit of a concern, I guess. So our construction office in the area, which also could be relocated at some point, has only 1 reconstruction, so it's not too bad. The city is well maintained. Yep. The waste train is in the way, I know. We'll turn this into a regular signal, because then the train can move in and turn around without me intervening for the time being, until the whole route becomes active for bidirectional traffic. Cool. We're building this track from both sides now. That means if we drop a signal here... Oh, there's already a signal. If we drop a signal here, then it should allow the train to go to the other construction site. And we might connect this pretty fast. Then we still have the tunnel. Also not too much construction left. And yeah, after that... Am I buying power? Yes, I'm currently buying power. Electricity is 0.05 US dollars. It's nothing. It's so cheap. That's also because our oil price is really, really terrible. This never really went anywhere. We have a few oil pumps, but it's not giving us... It didn't really give us any income except for the first few weeks after it started running, unfortunately. Okay, go ahead and finish the rail line. I'm excited to start my EDKs. We'll have a decent amount of track that I need to build. What are you trying to do? Going back to the rail construction office, shouldn't that be fine? Oh no, wait, you're on that track. And you went past signals that I already set up to be the way they were supposed to be, so that's why you got stuck. My bad. And that needs to also be a block signal. Yep. We have about 3 to 4 more extra rail construction tasks for that one. 2 for that one. And then we're ready. then we can move the EDKs over. This project took a long time and a lot of effort with vehicles moving through because I wanted it to look relatively normal, so we had to flatten the area out before placing down the train tracks in a lot of places. Almost there. Hellas might get its own rail construction office. Not sure yet. Okay. Delivery of bricks and boards. We'll switch to bricks only. As soon as it has unloaded. Should clear out the building relatively quickly. Yep, that should be fine. Okay, bricks only now, please. So we did empty everything out with gravel. That vehicle is done. Can also go into storage. Looks like one of the trucks was already used as a replacement vehicle somewhere. The fuel itself also needs to be handled. So you will load fuel here. And then load fuel at the customs house after, and then go to the gas station, wait until unloaded. That should slowly empty out the fuel inside this rail construction office. And after all of them have been removed, we're done with this area. I mean, the gas station is going to stay here, I think. Might set up a little bit of a tourist area, I don't know. Don't think so, but you never know. We have one more delivery to make. After that, you can go into the depot too. Shouldn't you already be going into a depot? Oh, we had another one. Wait. Hellas North, Rail Construction Office End Station. We had another route. So we had 8 buses bringing workers there. Okay. I don't want the 309 buses anymore, they can go into the scrapyard. Cleaning up the area, bit by bit. We have to get rid of all of the obsolete lines. I think they're all RCO. The fuel one is still running, but the other ones are basically gone. And the RCO workers is gone. And the fuel one will be gone soon. Okay, so this building can also be removed. The factory connection will be demolished after. Then this road. Since we won't have the vehicles for the rail construction office here anymore, I do wonder if I should send the cars picking up tourists from the border back to the customs house. And maybe get some tourists from the eastern border too. They would only have to drive over to that one through Krasna. Wouldn't be bad having a bit of income in that currency, I guess. Foreign manpower is so expensive. Last month, 10% of our current capital. Crazy. I have to take a look at Hellas at some point, because it's basically a thing that does its own thing. And I kinda like that, because it allows me to do other things. But coming back to it at some point, taking a look at it, would be neat. Okay. I think I have to make sure the rare construction office gets emptied out a little bit faster. We will therefore speed things up a little bit. We'll tell it to export the fuel from the customs house, from the rare construction office, and fix that route. You got tourists? Yeah, we have tourists here. We're bringing them out of the customs house with a bus. I only have 4 hotels, but they're making a decent amount of money. And we bring them by car across our main road here. So we drop them into personal cars and they drive towards our town. There are tourists in these, going to our hotels inside Hellas North. Just saw that there were some traffic signs missing. I thought we had those. Maybe not. Is that full upgrade road? Should be. I mean, you could have trolley buses or tram roads if you wanted to, but it's not the fully up. Yeah, we don't have the one with sidewalks because it doesn't really make sense here. So this is a rural main road, I guess. Into a bridge, into a very short tunnel through this area. Out this side. Into a, not the junction, but the tourist turn off here. And go to our tourist area, where they get dropped off at a bus stop. And walk to their hotels. So everyone gets driven by a bunch of Ubers to their hotels, basically. And they're doing fairly well. No complaints here. I wanted to develop this further, but I figured I should stop growing Hellas a little bit and do some other things. Is that better than bus? They pay us a lot of money with that, at least. So if you look at the... I don't know if it would be better, but you can see they spent $1. They spent that by getting carried from the customs house by bus to that free bus stop. But when they get unloaded here, they pay us more. 35 times as much. I don't know what they would pay if it was a bus. I have no idea. I just wanted to have a lot of vehicles driving along this road. That's why I have personal cars instead of buses. A single bus bringing a ton of tourists here wouldn't look as cool as a bunch of vehicles driving back and forth, I think. And we don't have any traffic jams, so it was fine. So that was just an aesthetic decision. I haven't tried buses in this run, and how the price difference would be. How it works is fine for us. Now we should be able to move the tunnel boring machine. Still waiting on the fuel to get removed. Tunnel boring machine was 36 years old. Should still work for a while. There's still fuel in here. Wait, a mistake. No, we didn't. Should be fine. Just takes a very long time to unload, I guess. And that route is obsolete. Why did you not load? Because you loaded at the customs house before you went to here. Okay, let's redo my route. Go to the rail construction office, sell. Okay. Okay, we have to basically get rid of the loading at the customs house for now, otherwise this won't work. Because the gas station over here does not take that much fuel. And I need to remove as much fuel as possible from the area. Could also just demolish it and send the fuel out as hazardous waste, but... Okay, now you import, which is... So I removed the wrong thing. Customs house, gas station. Yes, I did remove the wrong thing. Remove that one. Go here, gas station. Go here first, load fuel. Please sell your stuff again. We go to the rail construction office, bring it to the gas station, and then bring the rest to the customs house. And we'll wait until fully loaded here. Hopefully this time that's correct. %66% at 32 years. I could lower the repair threshold, the replacement threshold, but we have a few vehicles that sometimes have a breakdown, but overall the efficiency of our vehicles is still very high. I need to get the new construction materials going. So you will have to go to the customs house and bring our train cars here. Should be able to do that with all of them at the same time. Once we have the second train online, I think we'll be able to start delivering some steel and bricks here. In the meantime, the rail construction might finish the train line, hook them both up together. One side will be enough, and if they do, yeah, we'll have our EDK. 2, maybe 3 tasks left on that one. I think we'll let the EDK drive through this. If we realize that they're getting close to each other, EDK should be able to build that much faster. We can bring so many workers to the EDK, it's gonna be crazy. Tunnels also at 600 work days, so they're close. But the railroad should be done faster. Yeah, once we have the rail construction office up, we can bring workers here by train. However, right now we can also bring them here by bus, temporarily at least, by bringing them to this train station. And from there they can walk to each building. But before we do that, we also need the resource deliveries, and 2 of the 3 resource deliveries are done by train. Oil and gravel is only here by train. I mean, all of them are done by train. The other ones we could pick up from this warehouse, but neither of those are hooked up yet, so... I do need a shorter train bringing crops here. I need a shorter train moving chemicals out and distributing it among our settlements, I think. We need to turn off the imports for chemicals, see if we have enough. I mean, basically I don't need a train bringing chemicals to the settlements. The trains that are currently handling the imports for resources, which is only one train, for food, and one train for citizen goods where the chemicals are at. They need to go to that area and pick those resources up instead, I think. I need a train yard where I gather up all of the resources and have trains come and pick things up and deliver them to the different areas. Right now everything is like one train brings all of the materials to one settlement. But it might develop to the area where one train carries one resource to multiple settlements instead. I think the one train per settlement is more efficient though. But as the resources start spreading out across our republic, that train would need to run longer and longer distances before it has combined all of the resources into one load of cargo, and that will take a while. So maybe it will go, when we start making all of the resources ourselves, maybe it will go towards one train per resource, but we're not there yet. New train. Boards, prefab panels, and bricks. And the last one can only carry steel. We make boards ourselves, so we can go ahead and pick those up. The rest we will have to get at the customs house currently. And then we'll drop it off at Segadoa. Oh, sorry. We'll drop it off onto the rail line, delivering construction materials to all areas. I could make a separate delivery route for each settlement, but I think combining them all will be better. So we'll rename this as construction materials by train. No settlement, this is just construction materials distributed around our republic by train. Hopefully this will increase the efficiency on how quickly we get construction materials to our Segadoa storage area, and we get some bricks and steel over here, because that's what we're missing. Electronic components we'll do a little bit later. We'll also need to bring in some fuel. And that should be the setup for all routes. As I said, 2 trucks are still running around because they haven't gotten the required materials yet, but hopefully with the second train delivering construction materials, that should resolve itself. And then basically our construction office in the eastern area, next to Sterilinia, will become obsolete as well. And I don't really have an intention of like gracefully demolishing or recycling things there. It's just gonna stop working. It might burn down, we will have to clean that up at some point, but yeah, it's just... We will set the resources for export. We will recover our rare construction equipment through the train line. The rest will just stay there. Unless I build like a vehicle storage, moved all of the vehicles in that and then brought them to the scrapyard. I guess we could do that. That is probably not a bad idea. Let's see, cargo train station. Very simple. Storage for vehicles. And I guess a train line. Cleaning this area up train line wise will happen later as well. For now, this should be enough. We'll basically remove these two train lines and this one with the rail construction office inside Segador. But the buildings will probably just burn down over time. Yeah, we'll try and recover our vehicles because they are kind of expensive. Sell all of the materials before the vehicles leave. And then just let the area slowly degrade until we get back to the customs house and need it again. But as long as we have a train line going through here, that's all we need. I think in theory the EDK can now build through this area into the other construction task. I don't think 64 days is doable with one of the smaller rail construction vehicles, but I also don't think it's one EDK can do both together at 200 construction tasks. So I'll go back here soon and monitor it, because I will basically let this rail construction vehicle progress close to this and then cancel the construction, and hopefully the EDK can finish the connection. We will also have to get some rubles because the EDKs are not going to be cheap. The track builder, that is the EDK, currently costs 1.3 million rubles per train, and we want 6 of them. 2 of which we already have, so we need to buy 4. I'll start some steel exports. This will give us 3 million. If we do that twice, we will have the required amount of money, I think. You are at the train that will have to currently bring coal from the customs house to Segador heating plant area once we have the second train line set up. But for that we have to wait until the rail construction office's vehicles are in the area. Segador gravel goes to the heating plant area. It doesn't mean that it goes into the heating plant, but the area is called heating plant, so that's why we named it like that. We did deliver some construction materials. Unfortunately, it was still not... Well, we had some steel, so... But no bricks to speak of. Steel is good though. Some steel is good. And it's being picked up by the construction office. Unfortunately. Where is our truck for steel? It's loading steel right now. Good. We don't really need bricks to start building rail. So in theory, as soon as the rail line is connected, this one can start running. Bricks and boards are not necessary to do that. I should really set this up to specific numbers. We need mostly prefab, we need steel, bricks and boards. We need a lot of prefabs for rail construction. So we'll leave it at that. The other tunnel boring machine we will recover comes from this rail construction office. And then I think we have a third one, but that might already be in storage. I don't quite remember where it was. We can check the list of vehicles soon. The Royal Construction Office now has no more materials. So I guess we don't unload at the customs house anymore. And we will wait until unloaded at the gas station. And this will just keep the gas station supplied with fuel, I guess. And then this building has now become obsolete as well, with this demolition of the rail line happening at some point, but not right now. With the EDKs, happiness is low. One building has been constructed and people are starting to move in. Presumably 21-year-olds without their own flat that have been living in the university hall of residence for a while and thus having some decreased happiness, but now they have their own building. Hopefully they're happy. Starting to see some unemployment, but as soon as the Royal Construction Office goes online, that will change. Okay. Let's go over to our rail construction spot. The other train has not yet arrived. The EDK is back. Oh, there we are. Okay, so the idea might work out. We'll let this build use its current materials, and then we'll cancel the construction, unassign the Royal Construction Office from it, and hope that the EDK will build through this. And after that is done, we'll clean up the eastern area, move the EDKs over by 4 more, and we've basically achieved a connection that I should have started with. An eastern large customs house for an EDK. Could have, I guess, also gotten a harbor and tried to move it from a harbor to a train. Oh, the game just crashed. Unfortunate. That was very unspectacular. I wasn't even doing anything this time. Usually it happens when I press F3. Well, let's see what happens. Last autosave. Seems like it crashed on the autosave, so we shouldn't have lost anything, and our camera should be in the process of scrolling away from the rail construction area, basically. Or maybe when we were looking at the trains. Maybe it crashed because of that. Stared too much at the trains. Okay, we're looking at that. Getting repairs. We need bricks. Our construction offices near Segadoara need bricks for maintenance purposes. What are the brick deliveries looking like? That's only 3 buildings. Okay, so it's not too bad yet. But yeah, we need a supply of bricks in the area so that maintenance can progress and continue. Hopefully they'll get that done soon. We're only loading 80 tons of bricks, and I guess they're going out like hotcakes. Since Hellas is our main consumer of resources, I'm thinking of either going to Segadoara first, or going to the customs house between both of them. So we'll load boards, then customs house Hellas, boards, then customs house, then Segadoara. I think the second option is probably the safest one. Then each area will have its own delivery. And the loading at the customs house shouldn't take too long. If an area hasn't used too many materials. We will send out one train to basically Sekaduara right now. And the other one can do Hellas. That's fine. So now we will get some resources delivered, which wouldn't have happened before, because as I said, this area is just devouring bricks right now. Let's go back to the road construction area. I think this one is done. And this one is nearing completion, very slowly. Apparently also maintenance in the rail construction office, which requires bricks, so rail construction is a little bit slower because of that. But then again, I wouldn't mind the maintenance to not happen, because I would like to tear down that rail construction office. Only a very few amount of workers in that one. This tunnel will not finish before we relocate the EDKs, I don't think. This one will be the construction that will notify us once it completes. And then hopefully... I do hope that the EDK can do all of it, but it might have to go back home once more. But yeah, we'll be here when it completes the construction, I think. And then we can tell it to relocate to the next construction office. As well as the other one. We'll pause this construction, restart it, and then this train should be able to build through it. Do we get some extra workers here so you don't stop working, please? Thank you. Okay, done. Restart. Just a little bit of extra section here. Yeah, we'll just wait for this one to finish its task. This one should not auto-assign, but because it's longer than 4.5 kilometers away from the rail construction office. But that also means that this rail construction office is now done. Is it not? What are you building? Oh, right, never mind. Yeah, they're building the bridge. I guess they can continue doing that, but the EDKs will also handle that from Sekaduara. This will become obsolete as soon as we have the EDKs. We'll have to go through the process of recovering all the construction materials again. And emptying it out, but yeah, should be fine. We should have some bricks now. The rail construction office does indeed have bricks. So should our maintenance tasks. So I think this was the correct decision to do. We also have to relocate some electronic components over here. I can't really use another truck per se and tell it to wait until unloaded. I think we're going to reuse this route and add the stop for the rail construction office to it. Still wait to unload, and then we'll drop in this vehicle to that route. So the gas station will not get fuel until the rail construction office has fuel. This should be a good enough compromise, I think. Okay, maintenance is now ongoing, thanks to the delivery of bricks. That is working as intended. We also have gravel, just electronic components are missing. Since I did move the fuel truck out of here, we can use our recovered truck from the Krasna Rail Construction Office to bring ourselves some electronic components. However, that delivery will just be a short one from the warehouse to the Rail Construction Office. Again. And wait until unloaded. That'll bring electronic components as soon as we deliver them to the warehouse and occupy one of the parking spaces here. Come on, finish the rail construction. I believe in you. You still have a few materials. I don't know if you can do it in one go. It's only 35 days. Plus a few days here, so 46 days. 44 days. I don't know, maybe. I hope so. It would be nice. Chemical plant areas waiting basically for resource deliveries. We have our oil, we have crops and the chemical pickup. We have gravel. We have wood. Need to set up delivery routes for all of them. But yeah, it's no more difficult than anything else. And thanks to the road cargo stations, this should actually be pretty easy to set up. And we shouldn't have any throughput issues with the vehicles. Just have to get a bunch of them. Let's get 4 EDKs from the customs house, I think. We will need some extra money, so let's make sure we send the steel train out again. Once more, please. Another 3 million rubles, please. And after you have sold that, we can buy 4 EDKs, I think. Getting us to a total of 6. We'll have to figure out which which color of the trains will be doubled up. Probably red and blue. Not sure yet. Very important. And yeah, as soon as the EDKs start operating from this area, things are gonna get built so much quicker. Even getting to the coal mine and building all of the loading stations and unloading stations for the steel mill will be a breeze, I believe. We do need to name that river, so I guess I'm going to drop a name tag here that will reside in this area and name it. Is it going to be a river or is it going to be something else? I think just river. Not the bulldozing tool, the naming tool. Messina River. Sure. We can use that. There is a construction task somewhere that is too far away for another marker. Which one would that be, please? Oh, it's okay. It's that equipment that needs to go back to and basically get ready for being turned into scrap. That has helped us build the train line here and make it look decent. But yeah, it's time to head back At some point this might turn into a proper road, but for the time being, no. The bridge starting point does not exist anymore. It is now Messina River. Rail construction section is done. It still has materials. It flipped the track around, so it has to go all the way to the end. And hopefully we have enough materials to build 9 workdays of track. If not, then it will have to go here again. But if it completes, then the rail connection stands. The other train basically needs to finish the construction, not of this tunnel, but of the connection hooking up the storage for vehicles to the railroad, so we can move those vehicles to the scrapyard. Will it be enough? It's already out of materials, but it builds a little bit further. We might get stuck with 1 or 2 work days. I hope not. It would be annoying, but it would just mean one delivery of resources here and we'd be done. 1 work day. And we're done. That means you now have a new home. You will start working in this rail construction office now. And we'll go grab our 3 other rail construction office vehicles from the eastern border. Four. I needed 4. That'll be a lot. They will build and get in each other's way quite a bit, I'm sure. We will need signals everywhere. Getting things built will be a bit of a mess. Should be doable though. Okay, let's wait for the train to arrive and the other 3 trains, or 4 trains that we bought. The 5th one still has to do some construction next to the customs house. And I guess the other ones will just move over by themselves, one after the other. If not, it will help them a little bit. But seems to be working. Looks like that section of track has already been built, so I guess we're done here. I guess all we have to do is recover all of our materials. We're not going to demolish anything, it'll just stay here and fall apart by itself. We'll need to assemble a train to pick up the vehicles from the storage. But yeah. The construction vehicles can move over here. The resource delivery vehicles will have to be turned around to instead sell their materials. You can sell whatever you want, I don't care. I'm not gonna be precise in this. Sell whatever you want. Fuel truck, same thing. Unload, load, load. Do not unload at these anymore. Sell anything you find. Fire truck, scrapyard. Repair truck, scrapyard. These components, You guessed it. Well, customs house, but still. I'll empty out all of the buildings. And the rest, I mean, we could tear down things like the power line, but if we get back to the area, I mean, the wreckage and the ruins will just stick around until we get over there and need it again. Oh yeah, and the train line is not set up for running a lot of vehicles through it. It's a single track for a very long time. But you should be able to ignore it and just go after it. We'll tell all of these to ignore red. It'll be much faster. And then I guess the tunnel boring machine is something we need to recover. I forgot about that. That's the third tunnel boring machine we have. I don't know how well maintained it is. It's 11 years, that's pretty good. We might replace that one with one from the current road construction offices. So first, the train here. Let's check the tunnel boring machines. 36 years old. 13 years old. Well, guess who's going to the scrapyard now? We really need to set up the signals. I don't think I'll be able to move this into the scrapyard until then. But that's okay. Ignore red. And you just move into a depot. Until then. Don't have a depot in this area. We'll probably need one so we can do train repairs, but I think I might use an end station for that instead. Oh, we'll see. So the tunnel boring machine needs to be sent out on its way. And then we have our train line. They need to finish the last connection and then we can signal up this whole train line to be in both directions. And you also need to sell instead of buy. Missed the gravel. And we have to get a train to pick up all of these vehicles. Send it to the scrapyard. Looks like it's full right now. I'll assemble a small train full of train cars that can carry vehicles and pick them up. I'm lost. Taborina, we have to go here. Verislav Customs is where we buy those. Cargo wagons. By total capacity, we need the ability to carry vehicles. So container wagons, basically. I hope the container wagon can carry vehicles. It doesn't look like it will, but I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. I'm gonna grab... I mean, if it doesn't, we can sell them again, so... Let's get 2 of them. Grab in another G22. Go here. Pick up trains. I can't cancel your route until you have 2 stops. After you have refueled, go pick up the trains and bring them to, well, the train cars and bring them to the depot, please. And yes, the traffic jam is known. We'll be handling that very soon. After we pick up all of these vehicles. Looks like we've already run out of fuel. So maybe I shouldn't get that one emptied out yet. Customs. Load, rail construction office. Load from here. Fuel. Unload into this storage. Basically shift it around. Okay, you can stand around there, that's fine. We'll be bringing some fuel soon. Looks like this one's already empty on fuel. So we'll just keep the gas station filled for now. And we can empty that one out last. There's a lot of trains moving through here. Everyone has to wait. There's some EDKs. Oh, you're moving that way. Got it. I mean, we haven't set up the all of the train lines yet, so they have to take a little bit of a detour, but they're getting there. Yep, that is fine and known. Let's go back to our depot and assemble the train that will pick up the vehicles. Which would be you. Congratulations. I hope you can carry vehicles. We are going to find out. Go here, pick up any vehicle you find in that storage and bring it to the scrapyard. Wait until loaded. And the scrapyard is in Kolata, all the way across the map. And go. I don't know if there's another construction train trying to move out of this area. This one? That shouldn't be a problem. Maybe it is. No, it should be fine. Oh well. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. They're just slow. They have to wait until the other train gets to the rail construction office before they can keep moving out, so it takes a little bit. But they'll figure it out. You, on the other hand, you're standing in the way of the other rail construction. No, you're not. I lied. You will be able to move soon. And we're also getting some other trains here. Okay, you know what? Go. We can do the same thing as in the other area, which means sending all of the rail construction office vehicles through, regardless of signal. And then one of you will go, but you'll figure that out. And if not, I'll be back soon. Staralenia Customs. Bunch of vehicles. Slowly emptying this out, I hope. Okay, I forgot one truck. That's why we've been bringing materials here still. But that should have been the last one. Now we should actually empty it out and keep it empty. Don't repair. Just pick everything up and get it out of here. You can carry whatever you want. And that is fine. Steel has already been removed. Okay, I'll let them do their thing. Maybe follow the train and see if the container wagon can actually load vehicles as well. Because it sure didn't look like it, but who knows. Plus that train will not be slow. It does have to get past the switch over here though. Our rail construction vehicles moving through. Very nice. I really ought to shut down the other rail construction office now. So both of you, sorry, but you will also go to the scrapyard. Hopefully you'll find a way. You might be somewhere in an area where you can't really turn around, but I believe in you. And if not, then I'll send you to a depot, or we'll figure something out. One more rail construction vehicle that should be heading here. Well. And then we need the workers, and for the workers we need the tunnel. And for the tunnel we need both entrances. And after that, workers we deliver to this area can walk over there. Very good with the resource deliveries as well. Got all the construction materials available locally now. Okay, you were complaining a little bit, but you've since decided that you can move. Yeah, now we just have to basically wait for the rail construction office to start running. Which means we have to bring the workers here basically. But it's a lot of construction vehicles we have. We also need to start emptying out this one. Don't auto-assign, don't build anything anymore. Leave that to the permanent construction office. That route is obsolete. We'll just turn all routes around and yeah. Let them run for a bit until they... I mean, this is kind of annoying because we're delivering it back to the construction material storage and it might be full. And the aggregate loading can't really take the unloading materials, so that won't work either. I guess we will just have to bring it to the customs house then, which is gonna be quite the... Or we just ignore it and just drop it into the demolition, and we ignore all materials that are in the rail construction office. Do we need to care about saving all of that money? Not really. Okay. We will just demolish it and not care. I will also not try and recover the vehicles, I don't think. We'll just try and get a clean slate. This is a route that I don't want to micromanage. But the other ones have like one truck each, so they are fine. But the other route with the personal vehicles will just send to a depot And at some point they'll tell us about a traffic jam warning, and we can slowly empty out the depot. Or, like, mass empty out the depot, rather. Interesting. Are you really out of range for refueling? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. We have a refueling point here. I guess for the long trains I do have to set up an end station if that is going to be the case. Or I have to make sure they run closer through the refueling station, so there's a higher chance that they will actually realize that they can refuel here. Accelerating does take a lot of fuel for them. But I thought, like, with that amount of fuel they would go and say, I need to refuel now. And then when they move back to their silo they realize, oh, or maybe these ones can't actually reach it. Yeah, I have to set up something for them. They definitely will not be able to get to the refueling point in time. Yeah, I guess maybe the long trains will have to go through an end station. Or we just set up a refueling point here in the area. Probably better. And future-proof. Right, it's the other train. It's Sterolinia Customs. I think it is. Yeah, it's transporting vehicles, so it's working. Don't know how it looks, but I guess we're gonna find out. Looks like a pretty good train for scrapping vehicles, I would say. Just vehicle upon vehicle upon vehicle. Sure. Definitely not intended to transport vehicles, but since we're moving them to the scrapyard, I'll allow it, I guess. Okay. Last vehicle route here would be the personal vehicles. And as I said, we're gonna move them as a last stop into a depot, and from the depot we'll scrap them. So they'll go here, at some point tell us about a traffic jam, and then we can just tell them go into the scrapyard for 8 vehicles. Do that twice and all of the vehicles should get scrapped. Unless of course they get picked up and as a replacement vehicle, but I don't think that's going to happen. So do we have anything left on Sterolinia Customs? I think we're done over there. I mean the resource trucks should be almost done now. Yep. One more delivery of prefab. I don't know if I should care about gravel that much. You can go, you can go. Fuel can go. I'm not gonna unload the fuel, it's fine. Go away. Does the last stop with a depot also work? I assume it does. That should be good enough. Re-recovered most materials. I guess the gravel truck can run around because we will need more vehicles here. Did I break you? I think I broke them. Okay, so that one is broken. Looks like we won't be able to recover that one. That is probably a report that needs to be done. 125,000 rubles, because why not? Is that vehicle too large for that kind of deal? Maybe. Open up that construction site, please, to the maximum amount of workers. The tunnel is already done. And then the exit. And the exit can be reached by people going through the tunnel from the inside. They built the other one. And that should hopefully finish the construction relatively quickly. Doesn't mean that we might get a few less workers into the heating plant, but we're bringing so many of them that it shouldn't really matter. It's already assigning itself all of the construction tasks, which is excellent. I have a few more that you need to do. Mainly the remaining tunnel here, so we complete this area. That should be the last bit. This area will become relevant in the far future. And then our two large bridges. I think that should be everything. That should deal with all of the construction demand. And now we have to wait on workers. And for that we need to wait on bricks. I think that was the traffic jam of the buses that I just clicked away. So it seems like they have already arrived. Not at Korasna, but at Kolata. Nope, they haven't. Well, one of them has, but not all of them. I hope there's no other traffic jam anywhere else. I would like to not have another collapse at of our Republic. It's still early December, so temperatures aren't too bad just yet, but they will be soon. Wait, what? My god, you dummy. We had a vehicle in storage that had some fuel and it was immediately pulled out as a replacement vehicle for a route. And the stored material was basically kept. I don't want to go through everything and run a check on who has those issues and who doesn't. Let's hope it was a one-time thing because of all of the removal of the royal construction offices, and one of them was a truck with some fuel and it got pulled out as a replacement vehicle. We should just set the unloading at the customs house to be whatever resource you have, then that issue wouldn't happen. So I might have to update the routes again at some point. Work days. 2 deliveries of buses will do that. Maybe even 1. And this one is going fine with just the deliveries of workers from the heating plant bus route, so everything is going according to plan. Maybe a little bit slower than it should, but everything is running. And as soon as this one finishes construction, and the other one next to the heating plant, workers will be pouring into our rail construction office, which can take a lot of workers. And in theory, we could have 2 rail construction offices here. Now that we've basically optimized the setup, we can place them anywhere really. And we also realized that these do not consume resources that quickly. In the beginning, yes, when a lot of train lines are nearby, but as soon as they start spreading out, the transportation routes getting longer and longer, yes, then resource consumption does start going down. And yeah, we'll have to start signaling this area correctly, especially with the railroad going down back to the main line. We'll have to get this all built. I mean, this route should all be ready. I guess I need one here. No, it needs to be at the station. We need that over here. But that makes it really awkward. Then we need it in front of the tunnel. Okay. Got signals here. This could be a rail block. And this is all, well, these signals are basically not necessary. And all of that isn't either. Then we have this, and yeah, that's getting a little bit wide for one junction, I guess. I guess we're getting workers into the rail construction office now. So things are happening. It'll take a while for the nearby tracks to get built. And then all of the vehicles can spread out between all rail construction tasks. And Segadoara is basically our main provider of rail construction now. Speaking of which, as I said, I'm gonna be lazy here. Not gonna recover those materials. And we have to also demolish these and demolish some at the customs house over here after we have made sure that all of the vehicles have been removed from the area. But these ones we can already remove. Okay, that's good enough. Just unload, and then I want to know if that works, if I put that as a last stop. If you actually go in here and wait in there. Or if you continue driving around. You have nothing, so cancel. Go here. Gas station will stay, I guess, until something empties it out. Which I don't like, but I don't think the fuel truck... Oh no, it's still here. Okay. Then... I guess if we're insistent upon recovering this... They're probably trying to pull out vehicles out of here, and yeah, we don't need that. Go here. The train is heading here right now. And unload. Will you end your route here? No. So you have to be told to move there as a depot, otherwise it won't work. And I don't know if you can end here. Seems like you're not able to be carried, unfortunately. And I definitely don't want you to drive all the way to the scrapyard. Or maybe now there's enough room, I don't know. Nope. Too much. And we'll do it like that. We'll need like 3 delivery tasks here, and then the gas station is empty. And we have a little bit of a, well, abandoned site here. And we can remove the free gas station too. And the repair station and the rail construction office will probably collapse. The fire station won't, I don't think. Except for, no, they will also collapse because of the wear and tear. I'm kind of glad we recovered at least the vehicles. So not everything was lost, but yeah, it's hard to put buildings onto trains to recover them, so can't have everything, I guess. Let's at least make the road pretty again. And yeah, that's what we have. Gotta recover these vehicles. This will, everything will collapse, which isn't a free building. Even the electric substation. The power line won't, but yeah, it's fine. We have to assemble a train bringing supplies to our citizens up here. Once the rail lines to our warehouse and meat storage have been built. And now we have to organize a bunch of rail construction vehicles that are getting in each other's way. Not sure how you were allowed to move out there with trains already in the way, but that is the interesting thing about rail construction vehicles, I guess. They do like getting in each other's way. As soon as they spread out of the area and they have to go through a 2-lane rail, things should look much better. But it'll take a little bit. We'll have to grab our demolition office. And I guess we'll demolish everything here. One large demolition task for the road, then the rail construction office, and then the train line itself too. Can all be done by our, well, all except the train line, but can be done by our demolition office inside Hellas. It's way oversized for its tasks anyway. That is the traffic jam warning that I was looking for. This has run full, so now you can all go to the scrapyard. And now you can do that too, and that should deal with all of those vehicles. The buses we didn't really need to scrap. I'm gonna send them back actually. We can use them as replacement vehicles. At least those that I caught. Don't have to waste too much equipment, I guess. Same for you two. You can come back out. And work somewhere else. But the other vehicles I don't care that much about. Jesus. Okay. Well, that's a little bit of money in here, but whatever. Hopefully they turn the steel into scrap metal or something. Okay. We have a little bit of a problem with how the signals are set up. These ones need to go away. And you should also not be standing on there. I thought I've made myself clear with the chain signals in the area. We really need to set up the 2-lane system. I think I should do that right now. That means all of the construction trains basically have to turn around either in this area or slightly further back. This one has to stay, this one has to stay, so they can leave into either direction. But I do believe this can now be a one-way track setup, which messes you up, but we'll let you through. No other train though. That should work. Over on this side, when they come out of this area, yeah, they can move home. This way, yeah, we also have to set up signals, but thankfully there's not many intersections on that route. The main problem we have over here in this area, basically. Let's see. You are gonna get stuck, I guess. So you, my friend, will have to go back to the board storage and not deliver resources here right now. You can do that another time. I'm so happy that we have EDKs now. That is going to accelerate our rail construction quite a bit. I do believe we have to bring more workers to the area, because this is hindered a little bit by the lack of workers. And maybe even the lack of resource storage capacity. But I believe this will become less of an issue as we start spreading out our rail construction tasks along the existing network. Yep, you will have to wait until the train moves out of the way, but you can move through as soon as it does. If you want to. I mean, the next signal is green, so... a little bit more. Now should be good. You agree? No? Okay. Then I guess I can't help you. Let's see, these ones also need to be one way. You're waiting, you are building, because you're on the same block. But you're almost past a signal. At that point it should be fine. This train is waiting. This train should leave before this one, because this one can find a path through the area. And the other one can't, so I guess the one from the rail construction office is going to move first. And yeah, this junction is a little bit of a mess. That is for sure true. If this train moves first, then something is wrong. There we go. Then this train can move back after. I don't think another train is allowed to leave the rail construction office right now, because we already have one queued up. The rail construction office basically has its own signal. Otherwise it wouldn't really work. If it was just allowed to send trains out whenever it felt like it. Yeah, over here we're gonna run into a few issues with the signal setup. Because the construction train will stand in the way of the other trains while building. You will have to find a path back. Oh yeah, you can move over here and turn around, I guess. Have to move way back through the tunnel. Okay, so in general it works. Concept stands. No, it doesn't. We did have the issue that I was talking about. I thought this had internal signals. We will have to set up an incoming lane. Move this signal back a bit. Please move out of the way, thank you. And then set up two one-way rail lines. So one of them will basically allow trains to leave, and one will allow them to come back in. And then the train trying to leave can wait here, whereas this one will stay open. And then it should be fine. We will assign that, and hopefully they will build that quickly. Thank you. That should solve then our train problems. Especially with that many road construction vehicles. They try to organize themselves, but having that many on that close of a place together will lead to problems a little bit. At least in the beginning. They should figure things out as time goes on. One more pickup run, and that should remove the last vehicles from the area. Well, no maintenance. Yep, that was definitely the right choice, setting these things up here. Otherwise we would have spent a long time building this. And now we have EDKs. Shouldn't require any more investment into foreign manpower, so our income will be much higher than before. Okay, let's set up the signals. Chain signal for outgoing train, regular signal for incoming train into the rail construction office, that is. And yeah, now the train can wait here while letting another train through. Could be sped up a bit by double tracking the whole thing. And I guess with the rail construction office requiring that much throughput with the vehicles, it would probably be beneficial. I don't know. Deciding against it right now. We can rework this area at some point. We'll have to demolish the track first and put a double track in up to this point where we hook it up into the existing connection. I mean, there's options here. We left a decent amount of space. Incinerator's doing its thing, and the population should remain unaffected from the pollution. Although our bus route is not sufficient, so since the population here is kind of important, and now that we have some spare buses, I guess I'll drop 2 extra buses on the route. They'll have to get over here from Colata first, though. Gotta build past the signal. Do we have signals here? We don't. So for the purpose of rail construction, we will place some signals here. That should help. This area will not get built until we need it. And thankfully we have both trains delivering resources to the area, although they will go to the customs house in between. Which means that the rail construction offices should be well supplied with construction equipment. Or construction materials, rather. The vehicles themselves are the equipment. This is already double track, basically. But since we're still building in this direction, they have to be chain signals into both. And yeah, once this train goes past this signal, the other train can leave. So they are spreading themselves out across all construction tasks a little bit. And it doesn't go as quickly as it could, but I don't think we have the... well, I guess we do have the capacity to deliver that many resources that quickly. We're bringing in some more gravel soon. Looks like we're using that up a lot as well. That means I assume the construction towards the chemical setup won't take too long anymore. And I'm not sure we actually need to wait for... we don't have to wait long for the rail line to be built to the passenger platform. We could potentially run a passenger train in this area. And for that we would need to electrify the whole track. And for that we need the resource storage over here. So a few things to be set up. But yeah, would be possible. Did they take our vehicle, or is it still running? The one for electronic components. It is still running, there it is. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just let them build their stuff. Bridge construction should go quicker. Might be able to hook up our gravel soon. The bridge will take the longest, and then the rail line here not as much. And yeah, shortly after we have hooked up gravel, we can potentially run passengers between towns. And tourists, I guess. Where is the bus line for heating plant workers? I think towards your 4 buses we can add 2 up to 4 more. Double the capacity, increase the construction speed, reduce unemployment. As soon as we bring passengers to Segadoaha, even those could theoretically work in the rail construction office. we unload them at the train station and then drop them into the bus stop, they could be picked up and work in the rail construction office. Which should, in theory, reduce unemployment. And I guess we can do that right now. At least we can prepare it, because we have a bus route with sufficient capacity for that purpose. I don't think they will be able to walk from this stop to the rail construction office. And that is unfortunately a few hundred meters too far. But yeah, more workers here, please. Please send more workers. We need them. I think we can reduce the amount of workers in the police station, which will send more workers to the bus stop. The school is already running below capacity. We have to increase the amount of workers here, lest we run into education issues. Don't think any other things could be... I mean, we could go ahead and turn down basic facilities like that, where we will have to come back later and increase them again, I guess. We could start developing more residential buildings. If we get 500 extra people, we would have another research point. Although I already have one lying around as a spare one. So it's not super urgent, but it would be nice. Resource delivery, construction train. And the construction trains do not like passing through an area that already has a construction train. Even if they could build past each other. The resource delivery trains do not care as much, as you can see by that blinking light. That tells it, yes, you can go through. Construction trains are a little bit more demanding on making sure that no other train will be in its way. Because there could be a lot of situations where the construction trains get in each other's way. What the hell have I built here? These are two... Okay, no, that works. Yep, that's fine. Just looked a little bit weird from the assignment. Okay, I mean, basically we could start planning other things while that gets built. The snow is melting. Yeah, I mean the food area is basically screaming for something to be built here. That needs some development. Is that just to the customs house? It is. Okay. Then I guess we'll have to develop a switch here at some point. Maybe when we hook up the other farm, and then we can bring electricity over here. Because the switch in this area is looking a little bit cluttered, and I'm not even sure it has a connection left still. It's completely occupied. So we'd have to separate out a switch in this area, which we couldn't do when we have the location built and supplied with firefighters, at which point we could define a new switch. So, industry-wise, let's check our demand, basically, what we have for food. Consumption-wise, our citizens last year had a demand for 3,200 tons of food. I believe one production line for meat, evidently clothing and alcohol will be sufficient. Although alcohol is looking a little bit high, mainly probably because of tourism. But we can check the productivity of the facilities. So for 300, if we make 6 tons of alcohol a day, 2 would be about 700, and then times 3 would be 2,100 tons of alcohol at maximum production. If I'm not incorrect. Food-wise, we're looking at 20, so that would be 700, 7,000 per year-ish, a little bit more, at full productivity with full amount of workers. And with 7,000, I think we would also be in range for only one facility. We would use half of the food produced for domestic consumption, and the other half we could export. That means with one food factory you can have like 50,000 people. That's crazy. Love it. And then meat, yeah, I don't think the meat production is going to be anywhere close. But let's take a quick cursory glance at it. $700 tons means we need, I mean the slaughterhouse is a bad example. We're going to plan for one livestock farm, which is 10 tons of livestock. So we divide whatever the slaughterhouse does by 15. 60 divided by 15 is 4. So we would make 4 tons of meat a day. That means we have about 1,400 tons of meat that we could produce, which is also half of what our consumption is. So food, meat is about half. Alcohol, we're exceeding our capacity by quite a bit. And clothing, we know we are producing on capacity, but let's check clothing as well. It's basically 1.2 tons of clothing, so more than, let's say about 400 tons a year. So yeah, definitely good for 100,000 citizens, unless consumption rates change. So we don't really need that much industry to run our citizen facilities, unless we wanted to overproduce for export. The facilities themselves need to be hooked up to our rail line, and that needs to be in this area. Because we have long trains, they need to come out of this area, go through into this, and deliver to grain silos. The grain silos would be 1 grain silo per production line, which would increase our capacity. Or it would be 1 large grain silo for all production lines, and then we would need to organize the deliveries of resources to the area. I like the idea of having a larger train yard for resource deliveries. There is a very large one, this one, which can hold up to 6 trains and allow for a lot of factory connections. So we could have 3 or 4 grain silos around this of varying sizes, and then make sure all of the 6 trains we have in the grain silos can also park here if they want to wait until unloaded. But basically we would have like 1 train per silo maximum. I think with these long trains we don't really need to worry that much. So a 4 line silo would also be enough, although it's not as long and it doesn't have as many factory connections, I guess. But generally it would be sufficient. Then again, if we don't build silos, but instead build warehouses, we could use the warehouse to pass the crops through it into the production line, and then use the warehouse again to store the produced material. And then we have like 3 train lines delivering resources here, and the other 3 train lines could be used for picking up the finished goods. And I do like that idea a lot. I am, however, completely unsure on where to move the trains through. Because I guess we could build just another tunnel through the area, and then come out on this side. Have a plateau. No, the train needs to come down here. I guess there would be the settlement around the train line of the commercial district and the industry. The industry would be hooked up by a bus route, and it should be far away enough to not cause too many problems. Okay, there is a train in the way. Are you not a chain signal? No, you're not. So we need to fix that one. And then the train trying to move back home all have to be sent back home manually. So that's the concept, I think. I think we're going to go with a large train yard with up to 4 warehouses, food, alcohol, meat, and probably clothing, 4 industries, all on the same train yard. And it might even be 2 grain silos, like we could combine food and clothing, for example, and alcohol and meat or something. I do like the idea of having individual silos more, but it doesn't really matter because all deliveries happen through the same train yard, so all silos get filled equally. It does not matter. Unless we don't produce enough, I guess. The question is if we will import if we don't have enough. I will go and get more terraforming vehicles to get this area set up. We should have a bunch of vehicles. And then we can lay down the industry. The chemical plant area will start running, I think, next episode at some point. I could run it at faster speed now to also set that up. But some people in chat said they wanted me to expand more. So I guess we'll take the time to instead switch over to planning mode. And while the area for the chemical plants gets hooked up with the rail line so we can deliver resources, we will plan the next area. Do we still have construction equipment? It is all in the new storage area if we do. Yes, we do. Plenty. I don't think we need many excavators. I think bulldozers will be the main thing for this because I want to do a decent amount of flattening in the area. So we'll move 4 extra bulldozers over. Which will take, well, quite a while at that speed. Let's make a decision on where the train line comes through. Since we have our train line over here, and this is a decent amount of space, I think we can drill into the mountain somewhere on that height, 80 meters. And then come out on that side on 80 meters. And follow the terrain through here. We'll have to set up a little bit of a rail yard, I guess. Because the rail yard is quite big. It is not going to be a pass-through station. It will only be accessible from that side. I don't intend to go through any of this. So the trains picking up resources will also have to go through that. But there might at some point be a train that goes somewhere through this, I don't know. But yeah, this is basically going to be an enclosed system. And by enclosed system, I mean it's surrounded by hills, not what it actually means. Okay. The train line comes through this, does a left-hand turn, and moves into this area. There will be 4 industries around it, with silos. Sorry, warehouses. We are going to use grid snapping and follow the grid a little bit, and by a little bit, probably a lot. The warehouse itself does not really need to be that large, but it would be nice if it could hold a train load of export resources. But the crop storage itself can be minimal, because we just use it to unload the crops from the train into the warehouse, and then it will get used from the warehouse. It should, however, be enough to buffer the train going back to the farm and bringing more resources, I guess. Can you... Okay. Change of... well, not change of plans, but helping this intersection a little bit, we will drop in some signals here. So the trains can move through without me babysitting this area. That should help. This is, as usual, pre-planning phase, so we're thinking things through a little bit. Food-wise, we need a decent amount of storage because it's a resource that we're going to go through a lot. Meat will have to hook up to a storage like that too, because meat will be a dedicated export resource. So I guess we could combine food and meat into one warehouse. Let's just plan it through with small buildings. So this one would hold the resources for food production. And do I really want a livestock farm in the city is the question, I guess. I mean, it's going to be a rural area and they need some facilities, so this will basically occupy this side. And the other side would be 2 warehouses for clothing, 1 for clothing, and 1 for the other thing, alcohol. Might be better to combine alcohol with food and then reduce the alcohol production based on demand. And clothing production would be a little bit more extensive. So maybe the clothing production will be on the upper side so it can develop slightly towards the open area. Whereas the other areas down here with the more condensed setup, also slightly further away from the settlement, could be meat production, and I don't know what I want to combine with meat production. I mean, we don't need a clothing production line here, we would just need fabric. But fabric is kind of polluting. I think fabric might actually be produced next to our chemicals, so we might have a smaller train bringing crops up there instead of bringing that here. This might just be food, alcohol, and meat. And even for meat, I kind of feel like it should be somewhere else. But it's a, well, battery farm, I guess, so it's in an enclosed building. We also will get a lot of biological waste out of these whole production chains. I mean, you can build, it's fine. I know it all looks scary with the other construction train in the way, but I'm sure it's going to drive past you before you can run into it. The amount of workers would be quite high. Do we want this to be a large settlement, or do we want this to be a small settlement and we develop Segadoara to a larger settlement and bring the workers here by train? They would have to go through this area down here, and then yeah, it's quite a travel through the mountain over here into this area and then through the hill, which would be a bit much. But that could lead to the question, if we want workers from Segadoara, why do we not lay a rail track from this rail line through the mountain into this area? Or just past the mountain and come in from this side too, which would be enough. Oh, our terraforming crew is here. That'll speed things up quite a bit. I mean, I don't know. We don't need that many workers. 500 for the food factory-ish. I think it was like 240 for the distillery. 300. This is 150. And the the fabric factory. Where we could make fabric for domestic demand and our existing clothing factory. And we could transport the fabric over by truck from this area, theoretically, because of the low demand. But more realistically, we would bring it by train to Hellas warehouse, which we already set up. And the trucks pick it up from here instead. It's quite a trip though, getting back to Krasna, but yeah. That would be one option. I don't know. I am a little bit uncertain with this whole thing. The settlement, I'm pretty sure, will be up here. And I think the railroad is pretty much defined to come through this area. I mean, we can basically put that in place. Just like marking it. 80 meters-ish. Coming down here. And this would be our rail setup. Not like that, but close. This would spread out into multiple train lines that hook up into this storage solution. And the storage itself would be mostly the trains themselves. They can hold about 1,000 tons. We just need enough local storage for buffering. Might be time to get rid of these signals. We will need to move those signals back once we know that trains can run through here in a one-way configuration, but right now with the construction train still busy, it won't work. Since everything has been built, we should get ready with the electricity, I guess. And all the other facilities for running this area. I am going to put a transformer in this area and probably a high voltage line along the main road. Since we have our switch over here, it should not be that difficult moving it through. Probably even with an underground wire. We'll plan for one transformer for now. I don't think this area is going to need more, but we'll see. I mean, it's going to supply electricity to surrounding potential as well. So demand could change. Still have yet to set up a proper gas station as well. I think I remember setting up these signals already. Weird. I think these ones I haven't set up yet. I'll have to keep an eye on if everything is fine with the assignment of signals on the intersection. I think an underground wire would be enough, but since we're close to a larger settlement and we are planning on providing electricity through this. Oh, I guess we used up all connections on that one. That is a little bit of a poor planning mistake. And yeah, I think we're going to tear one of them down, probably this one. Alternatively, we'll leave it, and at some point we might put in another switch here. But yeah, we will have to remove that. Just the wire for now, and then we can draw another power line through this area. I do think it has to be above ground, because I did say that the coal mine will probably have a power plant next to it. Might not have a settlement though, but a power plant with a train station for workers is very likely. Our construction offices should pick up gravel from... I mean, I can tell them to pick it... Oh wait, did that change? Gravel. Oh, did change. That only works for direct routes, I guess. So we don't have a loading station for gravel. But we could hook one up directly on the unloading station. Or on the conveyor system. If we don't have a local storage, we would rely on just the trains for constructing things. But I did not leave. I thought this gravel delivery was only for the rail construction. I did not think about the whole idea of having a whole nother gravel setup in the area. Where we can basically, if we wanted to run more concrete and asphalt plants. Potential. I'm not going to do that. They have their own gravel, but they have to go towards Klibriosk for that. Which isn't too far. We made a road here. So it's a little bit of a drive, but they can get there. You're waiting on that train. Gotta move through the signal first. Did we place signals? We did not. But we can place signals. But only here. For the purpose of construction and accelerating things a little bit, I will place that signal. I guess the construction train is moving out first. Soon we'll also be able to run the coal train, bringing coal here by rail line instead of by truck, which will help. Because the coal storage did empty out during winter. Not by much, so the buffer definitely works, but having the rail line will be much safer. Since we're currently still importing from the border. I'm going to demolish a bunch of buildings at once. So food, alcohol should be on this side. Meat and fabric can grow larger. We could have a clothing factory here and remove it from Krasna. The people from Krasna could basically jump into the metro instead and go into Hellas to do things. Maybe go towards the train station to then get delivered towards this area and work here. But yeah, I think food and alcohol are like the things that we can set up with relative confidence that they are not going to grow larger. They're going to have a warehouse, the industry building, and that's it. We only need to make sure that they have enough water, that they have a connection to the warehouse. They do not need to be connected directly to the train station. And that should be it. This would give us a storage for 550 tons of food and 550 tons of alcohol. So let's say 300 tons of food and 250 tons of alcohol. It would be decent, like we have a sufficient food storage elsewhere, and I don't intend to have a huge amount of food stored in the area. But this would basically be the center point for our production facility. Since the train station is going to be very wide, I guess we can build it like such. And on the other side we would have our distillery. And I'll move the food factory a little bit. Oh no, we have to move this. I think I have to move the warehouse down some. We'll see. Train station. Since the meat production and the clothing production, if they are going to be in this area, will be having their own storages, especially because the meat production will need to output its resource somewhere completely different. This should be good enough. I'll leave a little bit of room between the industry and the train station just so I can get the footpaths down easily, and maybe we will also have the water substation and sewage substations in there. Speaking of sewage, there's a river next to our incinerator. Pumping it there will be a little bit difficult, but I think by that time we have enough machinery and workers to deliver a bunch of them with vehicles and just dig it out through the mountain and basically brute force it. Or we just go around. It's only for this relevant for the sewage, really. I'm not going to turn this into a hill, just to get the sewage out of this area a little bit easier. So we push crops into this. The crops get turned into food and alcohol, which move back into the storage after they have basically filled up their internal storage, which we could use for local supply. And then the trains can load from that storage. We could hook these up to the train station as well, but this is better, I think. It's much easier. The other setup we can worry about later. I think this would be the beginning of the industrial area here. I mean, we have to leave room. Or we just say we set up meat production and fabric production somewhere else. It doesn't all have to be here. There could be another settlement in this area outside of this whole valley. I am thinking of moving things a little bit closer. How about... No, that's... Do I want anything over here? Maybe. Maybe some service buildings. This is going to be somewhat polluting, quite heavily so. The heating plant is also going to be in this area. The heating plant will be more polluting than these industries for sure. So the settlement part has to be somewhat far away of this. And yeah, if we have the road connection coming in here and the rail connection here, it shouldn't be too difficult to tunnel underneath the railroad and develop this area then, which will be a quarter of the whole area, which is cut off by the rail line going to the train station, I guess. We'll try and build it flush with the, not flush, but at least horizontally flush with the train station. And then with the road connection out on that side, maybe if I follow the grid it would be easier. With the road connection out on that side. About here. Now I need to be flush with that train station again, so let's say about here. We can have a road come out of this, follow the grid. This is going to be one of the areas that will look like a grid for sure. We'll have the warehouse here, connected to the same road. And then over here would be the distillery, which is smaller and thus easier to place. But yeah, we could hook those up to the train station too. I don't really care that much about the food factory, and the distillery also doesn't matter. I think they'll just go into the warehouse. And then think about hooking up the train station, I guess. That's a little bit close for the footpath. We'll do that. Footpath-wise, we can have an exit here. This one, maybe we can flip this around and have a footpath in a more convenient location. So if we do this, that would put it at the bottom. This could also be in between here somewhere. If we move the warehouse, if we spread this out a little bit, we could have the distillery here and then the connection to the train station here and just one footpath going to this area. But I don't think the footpaths are going to be the problem. We have left enough room for this to not matter as much. Road connection wise, I think this will be okay. And we'll move it here. There will probably be a bridge across the train tracks, which will be numerous. The train station itself should be long enough to hold any train we want. Except, no, we have long trains coming in here, so we need 450 meters. We need a bit of distance before we can hook them up together. There will be basically the outside 3 will be reserved for the long trains because they will have the longest arch turning here. Thus they could be the longer ones and the inner ones could be the shorter ones. And then we need to give them enough room basically. I'm going to bring the hill area back after we have like, well, maybe not completely back for the train line. I think the train line should be flat for the whole train, otherwise they're going to be parked with like part of the train sticking up and basically constantly pushing their weight against it. Also, if we have very long trains delivering here, isn't that going to be a problem with the very slow unloading speed? I don't think the slow unloading speed is going to be relevant, but I'm not sure. Maybe the long trains will be export, or maybe we need to turn those long trains into shorter ones. We're going to plan for long trains. How can we get long trains here? Ideally, maybe we can have the trains do a loop around the whole area, so we have them stored up. Like we could, what if we loop the trains around this side basically? And have a rail yard that loops into this, then we would have a use for this area. If it loops around here, it's going to be the parking area, and then the double track goes through this instead, separating the road with incoming trains. Thankfully I brought some extra bulldozers here, which is really helpful. And they are the modern ones. The modern ones that become available at some point from the western border. I don't know why I clicked that, but sure. So I guess we'll have the train line come around here. Have to make sure that we can hold, well, we can always hold the 3 long trains, and each one will be assigned to its own loading station. We need to give them the maximum distance. This one is 200 meters, so we need 250 more meters to hold them. This one would be 247, with the outermost one, 219. I can basically reserve one train line to be for the long trains on the outside, and the inner ones will be the other ones. And then I guess, don't we want the trains to leave that way? Then I only need 2 incoming lanes. I guess I could have multiples. It's getting a little bit ridiculous though. Yeah, I think that's a little bit ridiculous. We need 2 incoming train lines. These will hold the long trains on the outside. They go into all 3 of the connections here. Oh yeah, they need to be sufficiently long. So they need to be about here. Okay. And these 3 will be for the long trains. And then the other one can split up into the other stations, basically. This will hold shorter trains, so no problem here. I forgot again how I could hook this up cleanly. Was it? I thought it was like that and like that. Somewhat cleanly, but could be better. Short trains on the inner loop connecting to 3, and the long trains on the outer 3 loops, connecting our crops to the area. Food and alcohol production on that side connected to an export from the inner lines on demand, so there's not... The inner 3 lines will not hold any trains. At least it's not planned to have them hold trains. We could have a centralized warehouse area at some point where we move all of the resources to. But that would basically be a combination of like a lot of train yards, and it would look interesting, I think, but not right now. Let's take the shortest of the long routes. That's 280, that is sufficient. 250 would be enough, so we have our... This is how long the trains will stick out of this area. A little bit shorter on these ones, but for convenience I'm going to put the signals next to each other. And then we could merge this into a single track from here on out. And the inner one doesn't really need any of that. It will need a chain signal, so they can pick the lanes freely based on what is available. And then we have incoming tracks here. And all of them will have to go through outgoing lanes, although I'm considering 2 lanes. But do I really want to drill 3 tunnels? 1 incoming one, 1 outgoing one. I don't think so. I mean, the long trains are not going to move that often, but maybe they will. That's a little bit too short. That should work. I want to make this a little bit asymmetric, I think. So we'll bring this one curved around here already. And then hook up into this. Yep, that looks pretty good. For someone with no real knowledge about switches and trains. I'll merge everything onto 1 track. If it is too much, I don't know. Shouldn't really be any traffic jam, because there's not going to be any junction until we get onto this one. And I guess we could... No, the trains that are currently exporting would go here and wait until unloaded. If we still produce too much, then without a distribution office, it's not going to be that easy to export excess. I mean, we've done it with the with the clothing, but that is very low amounts of resources. We would basically need another storage area and then move the crops from here to that storage area holding like 20,000, 30,000 crops. Unloading, and then whatever you can't unload, bring to the customs house. And from that new storage area, we would then supply our food production area. I'm just going to call it food production area from now on. I also don't know if we still are going to set up everything else. The fabric and the other thing, meat. I'm not sure. We're going to bridge across here. On that height, I think. It might be a little bit close to the alcohol factory. I guess I will turn that one around and yeah, make it face this road. It's going to be much easier to hook it up that way. And we can have the bridge be relatively close. And if the footpath is going to be a problem, we will worry about that later. Has to be a little bit wider. I would like it to touch the ground on both sides before placing it. Wait, that's... okay, no, wrong side. We're going to use that one, because that one is aligned with the grid. That works. One, two, three. Slopes down a little bit quicker and then it fades out. Yeah, sure. And then this one. For that we don't need these anymore. I mean, I don't know how this is going to hook up to the rest of the area basically. Can I make this go down here, then 3, and then... no, it has to be different. It has to be slow, then quick, then slow again. That's how it has to be. So we have to go 3, then 2, and then 3 again. It gives it a little bit of a curve, I think. Might be hard to see. But it's not a perfectly straight downward slope. And I think that looks just a little bit better. For my own sake, I guess. We could tuck this in behind the train station here. But as I said, I don't know about the other industries yet. This is going to be service access roads, fire station, towards this area basically. Nothing else should be going here. Workers might come in from by train as well. But we don't have a train stop set up yet. Which might be... I don't know. I guess we'll worry about that later. But for now I think this is a good starting point for the industry. Shouldn't be too polluting. We will have an area back here for the heating plant, probably slightly elevated. Against the hill maybe. Coal delivery, we might have to build another unloading station to deliver coal to this area by train. Very likely so. And this warehouse would hold... would it also hold the citizen goods? Would the other vehicles go here and pick up clothing, electronics, chemicals for the water purification. Or do I want another storage area? Extend this bridge a little bit. Make sure we don't have meat and other things in the area, but have another unloading setup on the other side. I don't know. This is getting a little bit too much right now. But I think from a concept point of view, this will be the train yard for the area. The trains shouldn't get in each other's way, except when they go through the tunnel system. At which point, they will just have to wait. There shouldn't be any traffic jam. The long trains can go back into their respective areas, and the short trains can go through. Or we might have another turn-off point here, heading out this way. If I brought the train lines a bit closer together, as in not move it to the right but the left, we could have a junction go that way and one turn out this way. So I might rework this, but that will happen or have to wait until next time. Because right now I will go and look at the chemical plant area, which is a thing we have to set up before then. Because we will still need electricity, water and sewage. So we still have to set up the water treatment plant, the sewage treatment plant. That needs to get built. The rail lines are slowly hooking up, so before we set up the whole food production chain, we will have to finish this basically. And then we also have to hook up all of these with dedicated trains. Lots of construction left to do. I think we don't have to play on fast speed anymore, at least as long as I'm feeling like I should be planning. That might be an interesting idea for the future. Just slow mode. It would basically lead to taking a lot of loans and trying to place something down that makes a lot of money to repay the loan and then slowly becoming autonomous. I don't think I would be opposed to a slow run. It would definitely encourage silly things. I don't know. I mean, that's for something in the future at some point. We have filled this storage with meat by a truck, so the train delivery won't have much to do in the beginning, but that truck is also going to stop doing that at some point and just bring it to the city. The demolition is probably done already, yep. If we want to use an above ground wire, I will have to demolish this, and I think we're going to do that. Three substations should be enough. Segadoara was not meant to be another Hellas. Segadoara might be higher population density. Not as many like flat bits, old towns, but just pure on prefab panel buildings. I don't want to use the high density Ukraine DLC towers though. They are a little bit too much. I mean, we could make a town just out of these. That would be an interesting logistical challenge, I guess. Is the train construction office removed from here? Not yet. They did remove the road though, but since it's too far away, further than, I don't know, 4.5 kilometers, they're not auto-assigning themselves, so we will have to assign that manually. Rail demolition will also have to be done. That one we will have to manage, maintain, look at basically. I mean, with the from railroad demolition, we basically don't get wood back. I think. What do we get back? I don't know what we get back. What we get back from like bridge demolition, etc. Kind of want to test it. Let's do something stupid. What do you get back from here? So you get construction, you get steel, prefab panels, you do not get back bricks or boards. So as long as the delivery route for steel and prefab panels is not directly connected to this building, it can only push into the building, but it could not push into an adjacent storage. So if we hook up a small storage, we could then use that one to basically deal with the construction materials that get reclaimed. And I also just realized I will need more trucks to haul away the construction waste, because this is not handled by a technical office. So might need another road cargo station, but I think it'll just be a waste storage. Construction waste and mixed waste. There should not be hazardous waste. Oh no, we also have metal scrap, right? But yeah, I think we can automate the whole process of like demolishing, which sounds weird, but with the setup it's kinda interesting without a distribution of this. So in theory you would need waste storages. So you have, that one would allow 2, construction waste, etc. We could also move the construction waste out by conveyor. Not really planned. Hello Bezirksschornsteinfeger, welcome. We haven't left that many factory connections as well. I guess that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? We could either have waste storages, these only have 2 loading stations each. The other option to deal with the metal scrap and the construction waste would be a truck aggregate loading station where we could have 2 of each in there. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Bezirksschornsteinfeger, much appreciated. We had a truck aggregate loading station that would deal with metal scrap and construction waste, and then the mixed waste, and it's only mixed waste, right? Would be done from the other building. What are you building? Oh, you're building down towards the town. Oh, passenger train line, excellent. I mean, if we removed the resource storage in the area, we would get 2 factory connections plus the potential of maybe hooking up the other connection here. The other factory connection and the aggregate connection. I don't know if you can hook up both of them. I assume you can. We might have to relocate this building. And if we relocate this building, then it could also, in theory, hook up directly to the rail construction office. So that way we would save us all of these trucks, which would be really useful. So the relocation of the construction materials will have to happen, I think. This factory connection I don't think will become useful. This one of these will. And then we have enough room for the waste pickup and the aggregate pickup, which would be 1 truck each. That still leaves, however, the gravel itself, because if you demolish something there could be construction waste or gravel. So in theory you would need 2 loading stations for 4 slots each, because you need 1 for gravel and 1 for construction waste and 1 for metal scrap. But in theory we could also put the metal scrap into a waste storage bin instead of the conveyor connection. So the conveyor connection would just be... I mean, the conveyor connection is kinda awkward, because we haven't built a storage for it. So we have no way to load it into a storage. We could have a dedicated storage for the construction waste over here, the gravel over here. And if we demolish something, there's going to be a truck picking it up and moving it over here. And that storage would only feed into the system, but not get it from the system. So we would have a buffer of like 700 tons of construction waste. With, I don't think combining conveyors can use a priority. Plus we haven't really built a combining conveyor here, so that point is kind of moot also. So with the knowledge, I guess we will have to rework this area to make it more efficient. Getting rid of the trucks will be really helpful. We can... we have to build this setup first. We have to get this one down and connect it. I don't know if a factory connection like that... It will be possible, it looks like. It might even be possible right now, if I just go to the other connection. So that would then deal with the resources delivered to the area. And we would just hook up this to the train line here. Then we'll switch all of the resources to be delivered to this area. Then we can phase out the trucks, demolish this, and rework the whole setup. To do that, I will probably set up a local demolition office though, because it's gonna be a little bit more work and I don't want to constantly go back and forth telling the demolition office to go over here and do things. So I think the not priority, but I think the first thing we could do is set up a demolition office. And I think I want a large one. It's whatever. Money is not a concern. Maintenance is not a concern. We should also worry about the gas station in the area. Can we get you connected? Yes, we can. Cool. Then you can also get maintenance for your vehicles without requiring a dedicated truck. And I do believe a gas station in this area will be useful. So we'll build these things. They will have to run and export construction waste to the customs house, which is quite a trip along the main road. But I have not set up a system to remove construction waste from the area yet. We only have mixed waste, hazardous waste, and biological waste. And it seems like one truck is enough. Or did I set up two? No, it's still one. One truck is able to deal with all of the biological waste in Segadawara. If I set up all of the containers correctly, that is. Which I did not. I mean, these ones have been built recently, so... that is not fair. But now I think we have most of them, if not all. Okay, let's check if the construction trains out a little bit. That is fine. I do wonder about double tracking this all the way to the regular rail line. If the construction materials could be useful. So I would basically remove all of these tracks and just get another connection in. One that would go here, and then two would go into our existing rail construction office. And I mean, it doesn't matter, like we can demolish these two, recall all vehicles and start building as if nothing else was here. Which would be the most convenient thing, but I believe we have to demolish at least this rail line before we can place down the new one, just to get it out of the way. We'll still have to wait for our demolition office for that. So we won't have another factory connection available on this side. This one is unavailable, this one is unavailable. We have at least 2 guaranteed. This one probably not. But this conveyor could also move. The gravel delivery to the area could be shifted. And this road cargo station should become obsolete. So we have another 3rd one over here. We need 1 of them for waste, and that should be it. But we could use up to 2 of them for waste, which would then also include metal scrap and construction waste. So metal scrap, construction waste, mixed waste would deal with the waste situation. We could run all of that through 1 factory connection, because we could basically have the initial connection would be this building, and then from there we could have the 2 other connections. So I guess that won't work that easily, does it? It should have an internal storage for all of the metal scrap, right? Oh wait, if we don't separate it out with a storage, then it's all going into the mixed waste bin anyway. So I guess we only need 1 storage connected to the outside. Never mind, this is more easy. This is easier than I thought it would be. That means the construction waste and the metal scrap all go into the mixed waste bin. Would be better to filter it out at the source, I guess. But it's not something we have to do immediately right now. That would be a nice project at some point. It's basically for recycling. But I guess for the beginning it would be sufficient to just hook up a factory connection to a waste storage. I think I'm going to go with a proper setup though. We're going to relocate everything, and we are going to use a single waste storage, I guess, and then hook 2 other waste storage to that waste storage, which will allow us to have 3 trucks basically loading metal scrap, construction waste, and the remaining mixed waste away from this area. We will only need a conveyor connection for gravel, but if we get a conveyor connection in place, then we can also use that one to get metal scrap and mixed metal scrap and what's going on with the power network? You're running 12 megawatts. Is that because of the train moving, or why are you? Why are we running that much electricity through this wire? It's 15 megawatts. This one shouldn't draw that much electricity. Okay, was a sudden spike. I don't know what happened. Well, we suddenly had a lot more consumption of electricity at that point. Need to keep an eye on that. If we are having traffic issues with our electricity, then we have other things to worry about. But I think that might have been just a fluke, hopefully. I might leave that open at some point, but it's going to be very distracting. We will need electricity once we put the resource storage in place, I think. Because we will have trucks loading and unloading, and they would like to load with the crane instead of by hand. So if we relocate our storage to this area, then we will have to indeed provide electricity, which will make everything else more efficient. Same as for the storage. I'm a little bit concerned about the wire placement here. We're just going to follow the road instead. I'm concerned because, well, the area might need some flattening. And I'm not exactly sure yet how much. And there's another tunnel in the way. Okay. Another traffic jam. I don't know what's happening, but it's happening more and more, it feels like. That these vehicles get stuck on the outside requesting repairs without driving to the back to the building first. Not sure why though. Okay, so we'll get electricity set up for the area. That should leave this free to be, well, bulldozed a little bit. We do have a tunnel here, so can't bulldoze it endlessly. But usually it's the power line that gets in the way. We should also be able to draw the high voltage power line to our chemical plants, and I think the chemical plants will not be that demanding in regards to electricity. They require 420 kilowatts maximum, which is pretty demanding, all things considered, so we will use a... We should still not be able to get to 5 megawatts, but if we have 6 of these, that would be 2.4 megawatts, which would be half of the wire's capacity. We're going to plan for 7 megawatts. And yes, these excavators will have to dig out quite a bit of a trench to get these wires to be laid down. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We are not under time pressure here. Come on. That would be our high voltage line bringing electricity to the chemical plant area. Does it distribute more electricity over here? Not really. Does it help with the power production of a potential power plant? Also not really. The whole power network is not designed for a power plant in this area. And I should really set up a better power line. I should set up an above ground power line instead of this monster. We will change our minds and change it to an above ground line, which will have more capacity and can be changed easier to the highest power line capacity that we have. On a side note, can I research that? Do I have... I mean, I have a research point, I know that, but can I research it in one go? Yes, we could get the very big capacity electric wires with 18 megawatts. I think we're going to research those and plan for a power plant in the area with the biggest wires already in place. If we bring 18 megawatts here, we have 15 megawatts distributing it further. So I think that would be the right choice. I will spend my spare research, putting us down to 0 spare researches, on big capacity electric wiring. And we will have that available in no time. Speaking of no time, I think that's going to be it for today. That was a lot of fun. We hooked up our rail construction office and immediately realized that we should probably change it, which is fine. I'm all for that. We've made some preliminary planning for the food production area, how I'm going to call it from now on, and we can think about hooking that up after all of the chemical plant has been set up, because that is what our rail construction office will focus on right now. Also would be nice to bring some extra workers here, especially on such short construction tasks, where more workers would definitely help speed things up. Once we have electricity, water and sewage hooked up, which is not going to be as easy as it sounds because the sewage will have to be pumped somewhere. I am thinking probably this river, although the hill is taller. The other option would be this river. I think in both cases we should run it through a sewage treatment plant. Otherwise we'll cause a lot of issues. Once we have those hooked up, plus the electricity, this area should become functional. And we can then bring workers here by either train or bus route. Bus route would be temporary, but it would work. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I wish you all the best, have a good start to your week, have a good Monday, take care, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.